Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group big bore cars to the grid. Big bore cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Do you have input channel meters and output meters, or what do you have for?
Check, check, check. Yeah. Check, 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 check. Oops. So there's the mic channel right there. There's the output right there. And when I Check, check. All right, welcome race fans to Willow Springs International Speedway, Raceway, for the Vintage Auto Racing Association's Big Bore Bash weekend. A little bit of a different race today. It's called a pursuit race for our big bore cars. That means the slowest car in the field is going to start first with an advantage. The fastest car will start last with a disadvantage. The idea is at the end of the 15-minute race, every car, if they run their perfect lap every time, will get to the start-finish line at the exact same time. That is the plan. We'll see how it works.
What we'll do is we'll have the starter give the green in the pit lane. When you nod the first car out, he'll drop the green, and then it'll just maintain a green.
This is a 15-minute race, again, like I said, a little bit different format than we normally do. After this race, we'll have an hour lunch break, and we'll be back afterwards with our full racing card for the rest of the day. So our cars right now, you'll see them on the pit lane. They're lining up. They'll be let out one by one at a specific time by their qualifying order, with the idea that, again, at the end of the race, the fastest car, the first race car, the fastest car, which will start last, should be able to come to the start-finish line at the exact same time as the car who starts first. We'll see if this works. And that requires every car here to make the perfect lap every time. Of course, we know that won't happen. So consistency and as close to your race qualifying time as possible is what you're shooting for here. And, of course, you want to do a little bit faster if possible so you can get that car in front of you. This should be fun to watch. It's 15 minutes, and we will see how this whole thing gets underway and gets going here. I'm Brian Polanski here. We're here for the Vintage Auto Racing Association's Big Bore Bash weekend, so that's why we're doing this kind of special race here. Things will be getting going here in about 15 seconds, maybe, not even that. Here goes your first car. That first car being released right now is the number 96 car. That is Jim Smith. Our second car just gets let go. That's the 336 car of Dan Erickson. The third place car will start is number 21, Ron Hurst. Going from there, we should see Bob Catalano will be our next car that will be let go. And, of course, this car is a little bit faster than the cars that have been let out. So the longest wait here so far for this car, that is the number 101 car of Bob Catalano. Next up, the 32 car is going to go out next. I believe that's the 32 car. I can't see perfectly from here, but we'll know as soon as they cross the line here.
6747.
Yep, next up will be the 67 car of Gary Lemke. The starter there is holding the person for the timing. They got a stopwatch down there so they know exactly when each car should be let off the line. And again, some of these cars may actually get a full lap in before other cars have started, and that's that's the way the system's supposed to work. It's kind of like bracket racing in drag racing, where the slower car gets the green light a little bit sooner, sometimes a lot sooner. I remember one of the first races I ever won, I was in a Pontiac Fiero. No, I take that back. I was in a Chevy Cavalier racing against a Corvette, and I beat it because of bracket racing. Same idea. I think it was sheer luck, but that's okay. Oh, there you go. That's probably might have the 67 car stalled on exit, so that's going to be, you have to hustle a little bit more. Now you've got the car number 47 next. Randy Roberts will go. Following Randy Roberts, I believe that's car number 94. Car number 94, I'm trying to see that name out here. I don't. Oh, yep, Frank Manning will be next out in a beautiful pumpkin-colored Corvette. They probably don't want me calling it pumpkin-colored, but that's okay. 46 should be your next car out. That's going to be Brad Long. He's now being released. Now we've got the 37 car. John Anderson should be next. John Anderson. Then another car went behind that. I believe that was Kirk Svilstad. Got about 5 cars left, 4 cars left to make their start. And then it's the race on, trying to catch that first place car. Waiting for 3 more cars to get the chance to go here. This is actually a lot of fun. I've always thought about doing this in an endurance race format. It would be really cool to do this in endurance racing. But for a 15-minute race, we'll see how this concept works. 2 more cars left to go. This should be the 1 car of Richard Gottlieb will be the next car. And then your fastest car on the racetrack from yesterday is the 11 car of Mike Davis. He will be the final car to go, and he will possibly even be 2 laps down to the first place car when this happens. I'm going to wait to see when this car comes around here and how quickly they release the 11 car. Here comes that number 96 car, which is your race leader at the moment. The 11 car will be 2 laps down to that 96 car when it gets released. 2 laps and change. Now, if you were watched our broadcast yesterday, the 11 car was just blazingly fast, and which is why it's starting last today. It's the fastest car in this group, being held what I'm sure feels like an eternity for the driver of that car right now. Not quite sure how much more time is on the clock for that number 11 car before it gets to go. Still waiting for this final car to go. Right now, Jim Smith is your race leader. He started second. He's already overtaken the 67 car. And now that 11 car finally gets the green light to go. Mike Davis on the track and ready to go. All right, so about 10 minutes left in this race. We'll see how this all works out to see if that car can do the catch-up here. 67 is now in second place. Jim Smith is your race leader at number 96. Number 21, Ron Hurst, is in third. All right, we have the entire field now on the racetrack. Here comes your race leader at the moment across the line, passing another car. That is Gary Lemke is your race leader, car number 67, Jim Smith. Those cars are actually trading first and second place here. The third place car, Ron Hurst, is also 5.5 seconds back. All right, we've got one more car coming out. That's car number 996. All right, so the 11 car, Brandon Davis, has completed its first race lap. It is 2 laps down to your leader, and we have what I believe is going to be less than 7 minutes left to go. So we'll be watching the cars at the back of the field to move their way up through the field. All right, we are trying to see what's going on here with these running orders. We should be seeing the... So I had said earlier that Mike Davis was driving the 11 car. It's actually Brandon Davis. That car is flying, just flew past the Pantera and has now moved up in the order. He's got a lot of spots to make up here, but he has the fastest car right now. The last place car is circulating at 125 seconds a lap. The car in front of it in 14th place is only doing 150 a lap. So he should catch that car pretty darn fast here. We're just past halfway in the race. That means there's about 7.5 minutes left. In this 15-minute race, we'll see this 11 car start moving its way up through the field. Jim Smith still your race leader at the moment. Ron Hurst is in second. Jenny Swenson in third in the 67 car. Here comes Dale Erickson, Bob Catalano. This lap by, we should start seeing Brandon Davis make his move up through the field. I'm going to guess he'll probably be from 15th into maybe even the top 10 here.
Fran knows where she wants.
You can start to see some of the cars who started in the back. Richard Gottlieb has gone up 2 positions now. You're also seeing some of the cars that started in the front going towards the back. Bob Catalano is dropped 8 positions. John Anderson's also moved up 4 positions since he started. Again, this is what we're expecting to see. Ron Hurst up 3 positions. He's your race leader, followed by Jim Smith and Jenny Swenson. 5 minutes left to go. There's the 11 car. Brandon Davis moved up to 13th place now. It's going to be a combination of him moving up and other cars moving back. John Anderson, your big mover so far, he's up 4 positions to 7th place. He's in the car 37. I suspect a lot of the changes in position are going to happen here in the last 2 minutes of the race. Again, the idea, all 15 cars should hit the start-finish line at the exact same time.
Look at that. Wow.
All right, here comes that 11 car, Brandon Davis. When he comes across the line, I'm pretty certain he's going to be back up into the top 10 here. Three minutes to go in this race. 3 minutes to go in this race, which means you probably have 2 laps for the race leader. You can see a lot of cars were one lap down, this time by coming back onto the lead lap. All right, Brandon Davis now one lap down. And then we'll see what happens on the next lap. A lot of these one-lapper downs will be on the lead lap here in just a brief moment as they come by this time.
That delay to full speed, but that's
All right, 1 minute left in the race. Ron Hurst, who is circulating at 1:42s, is your race leader. Your fastest car on the track at the moment is Brandon Davis. He's still in 13th place, and he's circulating at 1:23.7. So all right, checkered flag is out on this race. We'll get everybody around to finish their laps, and then we will know what the finishing order is once everyone completes their final race lap. Cars still racing for position here is at the end of this race. All right, so our top five here in the pursuit race: Ron Hurst in the 21 car, followed by Jim Smith and then Jenny Swenson in car number 67. Denny Fritz finished fourth. Dale Erickson fifth. John Anderson sixth. Gary Lemke 7th, Brad Long 8th, and Frank Manning rounds out your top 10. Then Roger Gottlieb, Randy Roberts, Brandon Davis, Brian Pritt, Bob Catalano, and Robert Kelly. All right, we're going to take a break here, and then we'll be back with our racing action starting at 12:30 this afternoon. We'll be back for that coming up here. Stay with us. We're going to leave the stream going, but we will not be back racing now until about 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. All right, we're getting ready to go racing here at Willow Springs International Raceway. Five races left on our docket today. Our first race is our small bore sedan race. Let's go through our starting order. Oh, we'll do that in just a second. 5 races today, starting off with our small bore. Then we're going to go to our winged and slicked formula cars. Our third race of the day is our feature event, the Big Bore Bash, sponsored by Lucas Oil. They are here as our title sponsor this weekend. Thank you to them. That is our third race of the afternoon. Fourth race of the afternoon is our medium bore sedan race. That's B sedans and C sedans, GT Lights, GTU, C production. Middle bore. And then our final race of the day will be for our Formula Ford group. So that's what we have ahead, getting ready to go and start our racing action here in just a few minutes. Really a beautiful day for racing from a November standpoint out here at Willow Springs. I think we are in the 50s this afternoon. Let me look at the old weather forecast. Temperature right now is 69 degrees. That's darn right balmy for November up here. It is a little windy today. Won't be too much of a deal for our sedan races, but our formula car may not like that wind too much. That'll be affecting them going into turns 2 and 3. The wind is coming from the west essentially today. So 2 and 3 is where that wind will be the harshest for the drivers to deal with. But we will keep an eye and see how that works with stuff. Getting ready to send our first group out for their pace lap. So what we will do is, because of that, let's go through our running order. Our ninth row will be Steve Marks and Peter Smith. Our 8th row is Andre Cipriano on the inside, Ken Gorney on the outside. Row 7 will be Efren Oliveras on the inside with Jeff Marks on the outside. Outside of row number 6, Shannon Penrith. Inside is Rene Jimenez. Row 5 on the outside, Chris Monnier and Steve Maline on the inside there. Now to row 4 on the outside, Shelley Heistad. Next to Shelley on the inside, Alan Barry. Row number 3, Josh Rodenbush in car number 168. Next to him will be Scott Druin in car number 58. Denny Heistad's in car number 83. That's Denny Heistad on the outside of row number 2. The inside is Clark Kniesel. Then your front row is Brian O'Shaughnessy on the outside. And Harris Koenig is your pole sitter. That's how they're going to start here for race group number 1. Again, first of 25, first race of 5 today. All right, our pace lap is heading through turn 4 at this time. It's 2.5 miles here at Willow Springs under pace car conditions. It's about a 2.5, 3-minute trip around. Once they get to racing action, they will obviously be circulating a lot faster than that. Pace car with your pole sitter is going through turn 6. Lights are out on the pace car. Cars are a bit strung out, but hopefully they will come together here. They've got about half a lap to do so. With 18 cars in the group, they should have no problems getting themselves brought back together here as they get ready to take the start of this race. Yeah, cars are starting to line up here on the front of the pack. The back of the pack will get together here in due course. Field's now heading through turn 8. Well, approaching turn 8. Looking good at the moment. Pace car will pull off, and then Harris Koenig in that Renault Sports Racer will bring them down to what we hope will be a green flag. Now the back of the field has come together nicely. Only the last row still needs to form up, so everything looks good in that regard. Here comes your pace car onto the main straight. Should come onto the pit lane as we speak. And then it's about 700, 800 feet down towards the start stand. Looking at the start stand to see whether or not we're going to get a green flag here as they come down towards it. Green flag is out. Here comes your cars down. We're already 3 wide here, or 2 wide up at the front. That's the number 62 car making a big move early. That is Clark Kniesel. He's already moved into second place. Harris Koenig stays up front here through the first corner. It'll be then Harris Koenig, then Clark Kniesel. There is a section of the track here that I just can't see from race control. That's because there's a beautiful tree in my way. I am not one to cut down trees, but if that tree ever goes away, your race announcer might be your leading suspect. I know. Now the field comes up the hill towards turn 4. It looks like Koenig still your race leader at this point in time. This is how it played out yesterday, too. He was able to pull out to a bit of a lead, but then Brian O'Shaughnessy and Clark Kniesel were able to catch up. It does look like that is your lead trio right now, Honig, Kniesel, and then O'Shaughnessy. If I can make a guess here from a quarter mile away with old man eyes, that's my suspicion at the moment. Kniesel has opened up a 7-8 car length lead going through 7 and heading down towards 8. The camera angle you're looking at is the one angle we have this weekend. This is essentially a radio-ish broadcast. You see the start-finish line there at the foreground, and then in the background is the exit of 4 and into 5. Here comes your leaders down the front straight for the first time. It is Harris Koenig, but Clark Kniesel's making a move just before the start-finish line. Pretty much essentially what happened yesterday on the first lap as well. But as we do learn, or at least as we learned yesterday, and we'll see if the same thing plays out today, the second place, or the Clark Kniesel and Brian O'Shaughnessy cars, tend to lose a bit of speed as the race wore on, and Harris Koenig was able to stay consistent and retake the lead, eventually taking the race win. So we will see. And we'll see if that is the same type of situation that happened today. At the line, Clark Kniesel had a .075 second lead. That is about a blink of an eye. Over Harris Koenig, Brian O'Shaughnessy was a close second, 0.8 of a second back. Here they come again. It is now O'Shaughnessy and Kniesel first and second. Kniesel first. Now O'Shaughnessy takes the lead going into turn 7. And then all that jostling up front has allowed Koenig to come back as well. As we learned yesterday, that's Renault Sports Racer is faster in the corners. Those other 2 cars faster in a straight line. Now O'Shaughnessy starts to pull away. He's got about a 3-second lead, or 3 car length lead, as he goes through 9 and heads onto the front straight here for the second time. Right now, coming to the line, it's going to be O'Shaughnessy, Kniesel, and Koenig. Similar to the situation as yesterday, now Kniesel tries to make the line and does not get to pass O'Shaughnessy before start-finish, but it does look like he might make the attempt to do it going into turn 1, but he backed out and let O'Shaughnessy through. But that Brian O'Shaughnessy car, the Clark Kniesel car, that is a 1956 Austin Healey. It is really fast in a straight line. Then you've got Clark Kniesel, and then you got Brian O'Shaughnessy in a 1960 Austin Healey Bug-Eye. Those two cars fighting for the lead. This is exactly how the early stages of yesterday's race played out as well. Car number 58, Scott Druin, has entered pit lane. He is in a Triumph Spitfire, looking to see whether or not he is going to come back in or if he's just looking to get a check on something. He is stopping, and right now his crew members or somebody is checking under the car. That's our black flag steward down there. Maybe he thought he'd run over something, wanted to just get a quick check to make sure everything was safe. But that car, the number 58 car, back towards the racetrack now. Here comes your leader right now. That is Brian O'Shaughnessy, followed by Clark Kniesel, or Harris Koenig in second, then Clark Kniesel. Those cars might have to deal with that Scott Druin car a little earlier lap traffic than they're used to after that pit stop. Your leader is now heading towards turn 9. Harris Koenig trying to catch up to Brian O'Shaughnessy, and they're now also catching that 58 car that came in for the pits. They're going to catch him on the main straight here, so that was easy to dispatch him as they go by. Harris Koenig now trying to make that pass on Brian O'Shaughnessy as they head down towards turn 1. Side by side right now. He will have the position going in. O'Shaughnessy's going to have to let him go at least for a corner or two. Clark Kniesel then will have an opportunity to catch back up there as well. Nice clean pass by the 37 car.
6 out. That's one we're supposed to be watching. We're watching 7-6. Is he out there?
Yeah, 7-6.
I didn't notice him, but. Apex and requesting a turnout.
All right, we have car 9 for blue stuck on the racetrack near turn 3. We also have what it looks like Harris Koenig has had some sort of a mechanical problem. Your leader is now going very slow down the back straight. Some sort of a mechanical issue. Cars flying by him on both right and left sides there. He is moving slowly, but still moving towards turn 3. Your race leader now is Brian O'Shaughnessy, followed by Clark Kniesel. 3-7, still slow now towards turn 8. Hopefully it will be able to keep the momentum going and get to pit lane Not exactly sure what the situation is, but we'll try to keep an eye on that. Also have that 94 car in turn 3. Rescue's going to try and get them off the racetrack. Car number 37 was able to make it to pit lane. We'll see if it can actually make it to the black flag station and get off pit lane, but it is going really, really slowly now. Unsure what the issue is. Looks like he's making the wide turn to come off the track. His day is done. So what that means is that we will definitely...
3-7 behind the wall.
And a backfire from the 3-7 car, it sounds like.
Copy.
That's
94 has
fairly
to be-
uncommon. So what we do know for certain is that we will have a different race winner today. O'Shaughnessy and Kniesel are your race leaders.
4 for 9-4.
Right now it looks like Kniesel has made it around O'Shaughnessy as they head towards... Or have I... Oh, I may have lost my place on the track here. Coming out of turn 6, we've got that car number 94. It's moving again, but moving again slowly. That car belongs to Ken Gorney. That is an E-Production 67 Triumph. It's now rolling really slowly, moving very slowly. We don't like to use the word rolling because that has a different connotation. Anyway, moving really slowly towards turn 7. I'm not certain that that car is going to make it back to the pits here, but we'll see. Your leaders will be coming through that section here shortly. They should be coming up through turn 4 now. Yeah. Your leader's now coming into turn 5. A big gap over. Coming out of 6 is your leader, O'Shaughnessy. Clark Kniesel's 2.5 corners back. Not quite sure what the situation is that allowed that huge gap to move up, but it was 7.8 seconds last lap. It's going to be even bigger this time by. The 94 car still moving, trying to get to pit lane, so that's good. Alita had no problem getting past. Clark Kniesel will come through there next. It looks like that 94 car will make it to pit lane without any issues. (9-4) Blue does make it to the pits. As we get the 62 car here across start finish, I'll be able to give you the gap on that. It was over 7 seconds last time. This time it's an 11-second lead now for Brian O'Shaughnessy. This was also the situation yesterday where the leader in this group, it was O'Shaughnessy, was able to get a pretty decent lead, and then some sort of hiccup happened a little past the halfway point, and everything got bunched back up again. We'll see. I'm sure that O'Shaughnessy would like to not have that happen again today. He'd like to motor home with an easy win here. But at the moment, it's 11 seconds, and we're past the halfway point. Here is our countdown. You can see our countdown timer. That is counting down to what is our non-official checkered flag time. I did start the clock a little late on this session, so I'm going to guess that we're probably a little further along here. 8 minutes remaining, so I'm about a minute off on my clock. I was preoccupied when they started, so I didn't hit the button at the right time. But we're about a minute off, so about 8 minutes left, a little less than 8 minutes here. Of course, my timing here, always unofficial, race timing. They have their own clocks, and they're super officious about that stuff. So mine is always a guesstimation, although usually it's pretty close. Taking a look at some of the other battles here on the racetrack, the race for third place is actually pretty interesting. Josh Rodenbush has a 0.4 of a second lead over Denny Heistad, and then 1/10 of a second back is Alan Berry. So if you want to look for some good tight racing, look for those cars. That's the 168, 83, and 77 cars. Those three cars all with less than 2 seconds apart. Then if you want to look again, there's a nice battle between 6th and 7th. Shelley Heistad has a 7/10 of a lead over 7/10 of a second lead over Efren Oliveira. So some good battles there on the racetrack, as Brian O'Shaughnessy, though, not doing everything he can to make it not a good battle for first. He has widened his lead to 16.4 seconds, and he is just cooking along here. Here he is coming across the line right now. 5.5 minutes left to go. I'm gonna take my timer down since it is not very accurate at this point in time. We'll bring it back next race. Don't want to give anybody the false impression. Mm-hmm. All right, we are under 4.5 minutes to go in this race. That means we are next time by, maybe we'll get the white flag, maybe one more lap after that. Brian O'Shaughnessy in control here. No issues, as I was hoping, or guessing, not hoping, but guessing next time by will be one to go. Brian O'Shaughnessy right now had more than a 25-second lead last time, waiting for the second place car to go by. I'll give you an update on that. Here comes the 62 car in second place. We now know the gap is 25.3 seconds. We're at that stage right now where unless there's a mechanical issue or some sort of a hiccup, Brian O'Shaughnessy should be able to just coast on home with this race win here. Our last race of the day, of the weekend for this first group, getting ready for our second group, which is our winged Formula car groups and our sports racers. Leader coming through turn 6 right now. About a lap and a half to go for this race. All right, our leader now coming through for the last time, second to last time. Going to come through the big sweeper, 8 and 9. This time by, it will get a white flag. Should be no issues on this final 2.5 miles. About another minute and 40 seconds to a checkered flag and a big trophy. And we've begun our final race lap here for this race group number 1. Brian O'Shaughnessy heading towards turn 8, now into turn 9 for the final time. He's a half a straightaway away from the checkered flag. Here he comes. There's the 5-9 car. Your race winner, Brian O'Shaughnessy.
Check flag, 5-9 blue.
Waiting now for our second place car to come across the line. Here he comes. Clark Caniso will be your second place finisher.
Was standing, so 5-9.
Car number 62.
Or 9-6 red.
Then we've got the trio of Rodenbush, Barry, and Heistad. They'll be coming around next. They were fairly close together on the racetrack, and they are still close together now. Here comes the race, a drag race down the straightaway for third place. It's Rodenbush and Barry. We'll see who gets to the line first. And the Denny Heistad car also is going to be in. He's going to come over and take up the fourth place spot because the 77 car of Alan Barry went a little bit wide coming out of 9 and got a little bit dusty. He will drop back to 5th place. Denny Heistad grabbing 4th place. Let's go through our full field rundown here for the end of race group number 1. Shelley Heistad was 6, followed by Steve Maline, Efren Oliveres, Shannon Penrith, and Chris Monnier. 11th through 15th, you've got Peter Smith, Scott Druin, Rene Jimenez, Harris Koenig, and your 5th place car was Ken Gorney. 16th place finisher, Andre Cipriano in the Formula V, but he went out really late just to grab a couple of extra laps. All right, that's going to do it for the end of our first race. We'll be back in just a few seconds to start race group number 2. The pace lap has begun for our second race of the day. This is our winged Formula Cars, Formula Atlantics, Formula Continentals, Superstock B, World Sports Racers, Formula Super Vs. Let's give you our qualifying rundown here. Our fifth row is going to be on the outside, Rich Kirchner in a Formula Continental car. Your inside of row number 5 is number 81, Don Sarasig. Row number 4 on the outside, John Adams in the World Sports Racer. That's car number 89. Then you go to the inside of row number 4, car number 87, Ricardo Rodriguez Long. That's a Formula Continental 84 Reynard. Now to row number 3 on the outside, car number 67, Marcello Doffo. That is a Van Diemen Formula Continental. He is from Temecula. Inside of row 3, James Coons in the number 43 Superstock B car. That is a Zephyrus MK4. He is from Encinitas. On the outside of row number 2, Rupert Bragg Smith, car number 63, a C Sports racer. That is a 78 Lola. He is from Beatty, Nevada. Inside of row number 3, Rodney Grabinski, car number 4. That is a Formula B car, a Brabham BT29 from Escondido. Your front row on the inside is going to be on the outside, Paul Lissick. That is a Super V, an 85 Ralt RT5 from Tehachapi. Then your pole sitter is Damian Della Sentina. That is a former Toyota Atlantic car, racing in Formula Atlantic, a Swift DB4 from Sherman Oaks. That is your starting order for race group number 2 here at Willow Springs International Raceway. We're here for the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash weekend and the Vintage Auto Racing Association. The lights are out on the pace car here. The field making their way through the turn 6 section, heading down towards 7. Good to see Rick Kirchner out there. That is a beautiful orange Formula car, Formula Continental. Got a late start yesterday, had some mechanical issues, but out there now, that's a really pretty race car. All right, our field is in turn 8, heading towards turn 9, all bunched up in rows like they're supposed to. Looking really good here as they come through that big sweeper. The pace car coming out of 9 will head towards pit lane. Then Della Santina will have control of the field. It will keep the pace all the way down the main straight until the green flag flies. Waiting for that to happen here, taking a look out the window here towards our checkered flag. You can see the green flag flying. Coming down towards that checkered flag, that Formula Atlantic car moves out front first. That is Della Santina first, followed by Paul Lissick. All right, your leaders now through turn 5, moving towards turn 6. Della Santina at the point. Your second place car is Paul Lissick, followed closely behind by that beautiful Brabham of Rodney Grabinski. Here they come now towards turn 8, still in that same order. That Formula Atlantic, that former Toyota Atlantic car is just a beautiful race car. In its heyday, that was oftentimes some of the best races at the Long Beach Grand Prix. And pretty much anywhere the Formula Atlantic Series showed up, oftentimes they put on the best race of the weekend. Crossing the line first after your first lap, you will see is Damian Della Santina, followed by Paul Lissick and Rodney Grabinski. Rupert Bragg Smith is in fourth. Rick Kirschner, that was a car I talked to you about yesterday, starting late with some mechanical problems. When that car is hooked up, look out. It is fast. It has gone from the last place on the grid all the way up to fifth place so far. We will see if that car continues to make its way up through the field here. We were not able to see what kind of pace that 23 car had yesterday, so it's all kind of new to us here, and we'll see if that car continues to make its way up. First lap, it was really quick. That was the fifth place car now is up 5 positions. Now the gaps between first, second, and third has moved pretty much 10 car lengths between each position, first to second, second to third. We will see if Kirschner's able to make up some more spots here on this second race lap, and he gained 5 spots on the first lap. Here comes Della Santina across the line. It was a 1.4 second lead last lap. It's going to be bigger now, 2.5 seconds. Now we're going to get Grabinski across the line, back down another 4 seconds. Then you follow by Rupert Bragg Smith. Now let's see whether or not the Kirschner car is making up pace. 5.5 seconds back from fourth place. That's a car to watch, folks. It is pretty quick.
And then we were done.
That's car number 81 entering pit lane. It's a Sports 2000 car. Don Sauersig coming into pit lane. Also a beautiful car. It's got that American flag paint scheme on the front. You think that might have been one of the old American Racing League cars from back in the late 80s, early 90s. Now I'm being told that while it looks like one of the old American Racing Series cars, it is not one of those cars. But any car, any Sport 2000 car's got a pretty significant lineage. Here comes your race leader, Della Santina, across the line. And Paul Lissick seems to be making up a little bit of speed. Yeah, he's closed that gap down now just a bit. It's now 2.8 seconds. Here comes your third place car, Rodney Grabinski, and Rupert Bragg Smith, who is also making up time on third place. Looks like Rick Kirschner's kind of found a place to settle in at this point. Very consistent lap times. His previous lap was a 1:32.943. This last lap, a 1:32.944. And he's really, really not trying that hard for consistency. 1/1000th of a second between his 2 laps. I think he needs to work on the consistency department. After 5 laps, Damian Della Santina continues to hold the lead. Paul Lisic's not really making up much ground. It's still about a 2.7 second gap between first and second. Now you've got, it looks like Rupert Bragg-Smith has finally caught the backside of Rodney Grabinski and will potentially be in a position to make a pass here on this lap. Last time at the line, it was 0.2 of a second between third and fourth place. Also hearing that car number 89 is going slowly through turn 4, and I can actually confirm that. I can see that from here. That car is definitely not up to speed as it goes towards turn 5, a little uphill. Got enough momentum to get there. Looks like it's still under power. It's just not under power going fast. Leaders just flying past that car right now. That was Della Santina and Lisic just going by. Taking a look to see how that race for second and third and fourth goes. So the situation with the third and fourth car, that Brabham is obviously much faster in the twisty bits. And then it looks like the C Sports Racer, the Rupert Bragg-Smith car, is a lot faster in a straight line. So it has an opportunity to catch there going down the back straightaway. And then another opportunity to catch up some coming through the main straightaway. But then when they get going towards turns 3, 4, 5, and 6, the Brabham is able to make some pace there. So this is another one of those situations. We've got two different cars that make their speed in two different ways. Rupert Bragg-Smith is going to try to see if he can get past him here going into turn 1. And it does look like he'll be able to do that. Will Rodney Grabinski have anything to answer with as they go through turn 3, 2, and 3, and 4? We'll see here in just a minute. Those two cars will come back into my view as they turn into turn 3. And it is still Bragg-Smith in the lead, but that Brabham behind of Grabinski, not letting him drive away. Right up on the tailpipe now as they go down towards turn 5. So definitely the speed there in the corners from the Formula B car. But what will happen now is that C Sports Racer, once they come through 5, or 6, I should say, will start to pull away and have it advantaged into these long back straight, then through the sweeper and down the long front straight. And this will be the opportunity for that number 63 car to check out a little bit and get a gap. Now, here's what's also happening, though. The gap between first and second, Damian Della Santina and Paul Lisic, has now narrowed to 0.77 seconds. So this now is become a race. And we will see here as we get towards the second half of our race here whether or not that's going to become something to talk about. Since we're right around halfway, let's go through a full course rundown here, a full field rundown. Damian Della Santina is your race leader at the moment. Paul Lisic is second. Rupert Bragg-Smith has just taken over third place, followed by Rodney Grabinski. Rick Kirchner has made it up into fifth place after starting at the back of the field. Marcello Doffo is in sixth. That's the number 67 Formula Continental car. Seventh place is Ricardo Rodriguez-Long in the Formula Continental car. Then your eighth place car is James Coons, car number 43. John Adams and Don Sauersig are probably done for the day. All right, car number 4. That was the Rodney Grabinski car. That car spun in turn 4, briefly stopped on the track, and then started moving again. So that is the good news for Rupert Bragg-Smith. That'll be a nice big lead for him when he comes around here next time by. We'll see how much of a disadvantage that put the 4 car. Less than 10 minutes to go. Here comes Bragg-Smith across the line. And now we'll know for certain, well, I'll tell you one thing, it made Rodney Grabinski, the second and third place car were a little further back, so those were some lap cars. Here comes Grabinski. We'll see how badly that hurt him. That was a 14-second mistake, that spin in turn 4. Not enough, though, for Rick Kirchner to catch up yet. We'll see how much that was able to give him. Although I don't see that orange car on the track at the moment. Oh, no, here he comes. Down the front straight here. Into pit lane. Well, that would be explaining why it took the 23 car a little bit of extra time here. He's looking for someone to help him with something. I don't know what they were. He was looking for help with something. Not sure what it was. We'll see if we can get a report on that. Now, Della Santina is able to grow the lead again just a little bit. Paul Lissick now 3.6 seconds back. A little bit of cat and mouse going on here for your lead cars. Kirchner's going to get back into the fight here after a brief stop. Not quite sure why, but hopefully the issue's been dealt with. And now he is back in the fight. And just before Rupert Bragg-Smith may try to put him a lap down here as he comes by for that third place position.
I like what Ricky does when he pushes the cars over. Bragg didn't get him. He did not get him in the two.
Okay. The 63 car was not able to catch Kirchner there, but he's almost a full lap ahead of third place at this point in time. So that, I'm sorry, yes, the third place car is almost a full lap ahead of fourth place and fifth place.
Okay, now he's getting him at the top of the hill. He got him.
That 63 car able to make his way around the 23 car of Rich Kirchner. That car is not going as fast. That 23 car is not making the pace it was earlier. Still not quite up to speed, it looks like. This was a car that was having throttle problems yesterday. That's why it didn't make the race early enough yesterday, and might be the same problem reappearing for that car. There's a couple of other cars here a little deeper in the field. When they come by, I'm going to give you their car numbers. They're having a lot of fun out there, trading spaces back and forth here. I'll give you their numbers here in just a minute. Looks like that 23 car now back up to speed. The two cars I was talking about, there's a bigger gap right now. It's the number 67 car of Marcello Doffo and the 87 car of Ricardo Rodriguez Long. Those are the cars that I was talking about. They're trading places back and forth here. We're coming up on the 5.5 minute mark to go in this race. Clock on the screen this time is set properly, so not the official time, but really close to official time. So the 5 minutes, 23 seconds you're seeing on our screen is accurate, at least really close to accurate. No real big battles, tight battles right now to talk about on the racing surface. The 10 car is able to open up now, reopen the lead to 6.3 seconds. It's been interesting on this race group yesterday and today how the gaps between the lead cars really accordioning, if I can use that as a word, back and forth. Now that gap between first and second opened up even more. Not quite sure what the situation is with that, but we've seen some pretty big leads disappear late in some of these races. Last time by, the lead was 6.3 seconds. This time by, it will be more than that. Here comes your second place car, Paul Lissick, at the line. 7.1 seconds.
Copy. Next time by will be 1 to go. Thank you, start.
1 to go next time by, so we're a lap and a half away from finishing this one up. Watching our leader now head up the hill. Well, any minute. There we go. Head up the hill towards 4. You'll be seeing the leader come into your view here in just a second. Way off in the distance on that camera that you're looking at, you'll see the leader now coming through 5. It's a black car, sometimes a little hard to see going through turn 6. That is your leader on the second to last lap. So that section you can see way off in the distance is turn 4 and 5. Up towards the bottom of the screen there is the start stand and the start finish line. Our leader now is heading towards turn 7 and 8 for the final, second to last time. Got another slow car in turn 9. That is the Kirshner car, our leader by himself heading towards the white flag. Damian Della Santina has 2.5 miles to go to catch the checkered flag today and the trophy. The 23 car is back in pit lane. That is that orange Formula Continental car we've been talking about.
Did I hear you that 2-3 is down the pits?
Sure.
He may need a tow. Well, he's still coasting. He's hidden by Bob's motorhome now. And he didn't get to the. There he is.
All right, there is our race leader now heading now towards up towards 4. You'll see the race leader come into our view here for the final time. And we're going through that last set of corners here. One last time, the corners are going through turn 6 on the last lap here of race group number 2. The leader's got some lap traffic, should not be an issue. Just going to have to let that car come through turn 7. Now that it's past that little, those 2 back markers, there is absolutely nothing but pavement between your leader and a checkered flag. That is Damian Della Santina coming through turn 8 now for the final time, heading towards turn 9 all by himself. All he has to do is keep it between the white lines. He's about 950 feet to checkered flag and glory. Here comes the big trophy for Group 2 to Damian Della Santina. Second place car should still be Paul Lissick. He's now dealing with that lap traffic, but no issues at all. Second place will go to Paul Lissick. All right, let's go through the full field rundown here. Your race winner, Damian Della Santina. Second place, Paul Lissick. Third place is Rupert Bragg Smith. Rodney Grabinski will finish 4th. Marcello Doffo will be 5th in the 67 car. 6th place is Ricardo Rodriguez Long. James Coons is in 7th. Rick Kirchner finished 8th. John Adams 9th. And Don Sauersig is your 10th place finisher. We're going to take a little break here. As soon as we come back, we'll have our gas group here. Not quite sure if we're going to do a radio call on that group or not, but when we do, we will get you that. Getting ready to start our race for the Great American Stock Car Series. They are here with us this weekend for the Big Bore Bash. Very appropriate. If there are any cars out here that have big bores, it would be old school stock cars. These are both late models and trucks. Here is your starting order for this second race of the weekend for the Gas Series. Starting on the back row is the number 9 car of Bob Blizzard. Next to him will be Ed Sharnock, number 6. It looks like this might be an inverted race order because those two cars were the fastest cars of the day yesterday. Row number 3 on the outside should be car number 83 of Wyatt Coutu. On the inside, car number 72 of Michelle Nagai. Your front row is 2 race trucks, car number 77, DJ Jeffrey. And on the inside is car number 66 of Brian Jeffrey. Our pace lap now is heading towards turn 4 up the big hill. Coming down that hill, they will have just a few more, half a lap to go. We'll get this race underway. Brian Belansky here with the race call on the Racing Network today. Lights are out on the pace car as it heads down towards turn 7. It's not really a turn. It's more of a dog leg. It's not even a dog leg. It's more of kind of like a bump in the road. Looks like all the cars are getting together in nice and perfect rows of 2x2. Pace car comes through turn 8 now. Heading towards turn 9. It'll pull off. And the Jeffrey teams of Brian and DJ will take us down towards the start stand and what we guess will be a green flag. Here comes our Great American Stock Car Series cars. They get ready to start their race here at the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash weekend here at Willow Springs International Raceway. 3 wide going down towards the start-finish line. Now 3 wide after another lead here. I don't know which car that is. That was one of the white cars coming from the second row. I think that might have been the 83 car of Wayne Coutu. Heading through turn 1. I don't see any dust. That's a good sign. The red something is first. That is car number 77 of DJ Jeffrey. All those cars pulling up the big hill towards turn 4. Still bunched up really nicely there. They are single file now as they head through 5, the little S's there, and then down towards turn 6. That number 2 car, or the number 9 car of Bob Blizzard looks like it's already up to 3rd place. If all goes as I think it will be in 1st place before you get to turn 8. Well, he might wait till the lead front straight to get past the lead car right now. But yesterday, that number 9 car was the fastest car of the day until it did some agricultural racing, had a couple of offs, and then ended up with what looked like half the infield in its radiator. There you go. There is the number 9 car already at the lead before the end of the first race lap. That is going to be Bob Blizzard, your race leader. In the 9 car, followed by DJ Jeffrey in the 77. Your 3rd place car is Michelle Nagai, followed by the 6 car of Ed Sharnock. That car was also very fast yesterday, so I expect that car to move up a little bit possibly. And then car number 83 is Wayne Coutu, followed by the 66 car of Brian Jeffrey. That's how they were at the line at the end of the first lap of racing here at Willow Springs. And as I guessed, the 9 car pulling away mightily here in this second race lap. It's already got a 2-corner lead here over that 77 car. Bob Blizzard now coming through turn 9 onto the main straight. This is one of those groups where I really wish I had a radar gun at the end of the front straight because these cars are just flying, folks, especially that 9 car. That 6 car now up into second place, and that was the way they ran for a while yesterday. The 9 and the 6 car definitely pulling away throughout the early parts of yesterday's race. They're back up front again. You should see our leaders now coming down the hill from 5. You can see that way off in the distance on this camera. There's your leader, Bob Blizzard, making the left-hander before going up to turn 6. Now the rest of the field filing through there as well. And then when they exit our view there, you'll see one more car come through. I believe that is the 83 car of Wayne Coutu is the one that's bringing up the back of the field of that beautiful yellow car. It is not the fastest car out there, but it might be the prettiest. And then the one car we don't have back here today that we had yesterday, we had a number 11 Bill Elliott Ford Thunderbird paint schemed car that was out here yesterday. Well, that was also a really pretty race car. The 6 car making a move into what I'm going to guess is probably second place. Yep. I was moving around DJ Jeffries. Not quite sure because that car was in second place and last time by, so it must have had some sort of a hiccup to let the 77 car by. But the 6 car was able to get by again here on the main straightaway. Now you can see your leader again coming down towards turn 6 and moving through. He has now opened up what looks to me to be a good maybe 15-second lead over second place. We'll get a better look at it at the line, but it is a big lead at this point. Now, this was the time of the race yesterday where the 9 car with the big lead started to make some mistakes. So let's hope he can keep those mistakes at a minimum today and bring this one home.
Full straight ahead.
Here comes the second place car across the line. It is darn close to half a lap at this point. It is going to be a... Well, this is weird. Timing and scoring is not showing the proper gap between first and second here. It shows that it's 3.4 seconds, but it is not 3.4 seconds. DJ Jeffrey is your third place car, followed by the 72 car of Michelle Nagai. Oh, and the number 9 car slowing down. Your race leader slowing down on the backstretch. Almost being caught by the second place car. Not exactly sure what. Now it looks like he's back up to speed.
It's just prettier when there's something in your mirror.
That could be the case. Coming across the line at this point in time, it might be that 3 seconds. I have an old school stopwatch here. We will check it out here. Right now, the gap between first and second is 1.5 seconds, a second and a half. That is a huge difference from the last time by when it was well over 10 seconds. And we are at the halfway point of this race. Let's go through a full field rundown. Right now, your race leader, Bob Blizzard. Second place is the 6 car of Ed Charnock. Third place is DJ Jeffrey. Your fourth place card is Michelle Nagai. Fifth place is Wayne Coutu, and your sixth place car is the number 66 car of Brian Jeffrey. That's your full field rundown at the halfway point. And the 9 car, again, with some issues, has slowed down, and the 6 car has gotten by. Not quite sure if maybe it's having a bit of fuel starvation going through that left-hander, because it seems as though it loses power coming out of turn 6, and then somewhere between 6 and 8 picks up the gas again and is just flying one more time. He may even be able to catch the 6 car here before the end of the front straight. But I'm wondering if maybe it's a fuel pickup situation, because it does come out of that it's an uphill right-hander. And if your fuel pickup's not in the right spot, if your fuel pickup is in the front right corner of your car, that could be a fuel starvation type issue. And then as the car starts going down the hill, the fuel sloshes back to the front of the fuel cell. You pick up the gas again, and then boom, there you go. Of course, I'm just speculating because I have nothing better to do. Let's see if the same thing happens on this lap. Right now, the 6 car has remained in front of the 9 car here as they come down the hill through 5. We'll see if that 6 car slows down again in the same type of situation. I'm sorry, the 9 car slows down. This time it looks like the 9 car has kept up its speed. Or maybe it just wants someone to race with and is just letting that car catch up so there's some fun to go on. Any of those things are possible. Here comes your leaders first and second through turn 9. No matter the situation, when those 2 cars are fast and coming through, they just are just loud and proud. It's just a really cool thing to watch. And your leaders again down the main straight across the line here, even closer than the last lap. Yeah, I definitely think that our scoring is probably being done manually because there must be a transponder issue, because right now we're still showing Bob Blizzard as the race leader, although he is in second place. So our fantastic timing and scoring folks working double time on this one. We've got our big bore bash group next, folks. You'll want to stick around for this. Some beautiful race cars. 3 of them just pulled up right in front of us. A Shelby Daytona, what looks like a Shelby Daytona, a Camaro Z car, and then a wonderful 37 car. That's the Corvette's up next. So here comes Bob Blizzard around the race leader the Ed Shernock car going into turn 7. Just a blast of energy there. Got that car by. Here they come now towards the start-finish line again. Less than 7 minutes to go in this race, so probably about 3 more laps is my guess before all is said and done. And Bob Blizzard now pulled away to about a maybe a 6-car length lead over Ed Sharnock. All right, our leaders now towards down the back straight again, towards turn 7. That Bob Blizzard car opening up the lead down to about 10 car lengths as he goes through turn 8 and widening the lead all the way through 8 towards 9. Now the second place car catches up again to the 9 car, which is going slow and is now going past. Again, this has been a game of cat and mouse here between the 6 and the 9. Now the 6 gets by. Or cat and cat, there you go. Here comes the cars through turn 9 again. This time the 6 car in the lead with the 9 car pursuing.
Yeah.
All right, next time by, we're going to get the white flag lap. Right now, the leader is Ed Sharnock. Bob Blizzard is second. My suspicion is that could change 2 or 3 times between now and the checkered flag.
Now we will care about lead changes up here too.
Now we will look to see the 9 and the 6 car as they come up through 3. It's still the 6 car out front. But Bob Blizzard, they're right on the back bumper of the 6 car. Here they come down the hill from 4, heading towards 5. About a 1.5 car lengths lead for the 6 car. The 9 car still trying to stay there. But again, the 9 car slows down a lot through 5, but often has a big burst of speed down the back straight. That is maybe happening here. It's hard to tell. The closing rate on the 9 car, when everything's going well, is really spectacular. But he is not closing this time. He's not going to catch up through this portion of the track, but he'll have one more lap to try to get it done. Right now, Sharnock comes out of 9 ahead of Blizzard as they head down to the white lap, white flag. Once they cross the line, it'll be 2.5 miles. We'll see if that 9 car can get back around one more time. Looking for those 2 cars, they head down towards turn 2 And it looks like the 9 car tried to make a pass between 2 and 3. I'm being told that maybe he got the job done there. There'll still be a chance for the 6 car to come back as they come up the hill. Your leaders now coming through 3 and up towards 4. It's Blizzard in front, Charnock in second. 1 lap car might get into the mix here. That lap car is just going through turn 5 as the other cars go through turn 4. Bob Blizzard still in the front. Charnock is in second, but they're still really close. Here they come through 5, now head into 6. This has been a place where the 9 car has been able to pull away in other laps, but right now not pulling away. Still about the same, maybe slightly faster down the back straight. It does not look like the 6 car is making up too much gap here going into 8. At this point in time, unless there's a hiccup with the 9 car is going to stick with this and be able to take the lead. Here comes your winner, the 9 car. Bob Blizzard's going to take the checkered flag first, followed by the 6 car of Ed Charnock. That's going to do it for the Great American Stock Car Series here at Willow Springs International Raceway. A great weekend of racing. Glad they were able to join us this weekend. Loved having them out here. Very cool cars. We're going to take a deep breath here, take a pause, and when we come back, our feature race of the weekend, the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash. That's next. Stay with us. This is Brian Belansky, and you are watching The Racing Network on YouTube. It's time, folks, for our feature race of the weekend, the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash here at Willow Springs International Raceway. The Vintage Auto Racing Association bringing you 26 loud and proud big bore race cars. Let's get you the starting order. Group.
I have a program that tells me.
All right, starting on the 13th row on the outside, Brian Pitt in a 66 Shelby. On the inside of row 13, Maury Gentile in a BMW 330. Row 12 on the outside is going to be Jay Perilli. That is a Chevy Corvette. Next to him, another Chevy Corvette of Robert Kelly. Row 11 on the outside, Bob Castellano in a Cobra Roadster. Next to him, a Cobra Daytona. In car number 48, it's Judson Schutz, car number 48. Row number 10 on the outside, Roger Colombo in a Porsche GT3. Next to him is Jim Smith, car number 96. That's a Chevy Corvette. Now moving up to the 9th row on the outside, Jenny Swanson. That is car number 67, a Chevy Corvette. Next to her, it is the 17 car of Ron Hurst in a Ford Mustang. Now to row number 8, Gary Lemke on the outside. On the inside of row 8 is Dennis Fritz. Moving on to row 7, Steve Thomas on the outside, Frank Manning on the inside. Row number 6 is Brian Long on the outside. Next to him, Scott Graham. Now moving on to row number 5, Chet Taylor is going to be in the outside, car number 36. That's a Mazda RX-7. Next to him, Randy Roberts in a Chevy Camaro. Row number 4 is on the outside, Kirk Svilstead in car number 53. That's a 68 Corvette. Next to him, a 71 Porsche 914 of Gary Smith. And now we're talking about row number 3 on the outside is Wayne Graham in a Ford Boss Mustang. Next to him, Mike Davis in a Chevy, in a Ford Boss Mustang. Wayne Graham was in an RX-7, actually. Row number 2 on the outside, John Anderson in a Chevy Corvette. Next to him, another Chevy. This one a Camaro, Richard Gottlieb. Your front row, Aid Alajar, is your outside car in a BMW M3. And next to him, the smoking fast Brandon Davis in car number 11B. That is a Ford Mustang. Here they come down the line, waiting for the starter here. We're getting ready to start the Big Bore Bash. The green flag is out. Here goes your race leader. This time he stayed where he belonged. Yesterday he had a big stump at the start, but that car is so fast he didn't need to jump to start yesterday. He did not do it today. Brandon Davis leads the cars through the first corner, and that is 26 cars, assuming most of them are 8 cylinders. I can't even do that math, folks.
Yeah, I know.
26 cars, 208 cylinders of raw horsepower heading down the main straight here. Yes, I pulled up the calculator and used the calculator for that one.
Lime green is fourth, so it's kind of like NASCAR.
Here they come up towards turn 4, pulling up the big hill. Brandon Davis already has opened up maybe a 7-8 car length lead. It'll be probably close to a full straightaway by the time he gets to us. That car is really, really fast, and he's driven by a fast driver as well. Cars coming out of 6 while the leader is going into 7. It is just walking away. The second place car, I believe, is that red Camaro. That's should be Richard Gottlieb in the 1 car in second place. I'm hearing that car might have upwards of 1,000 horsepower in it. Here comes Brandon Davis down to the line. Let's see how much of a lead he already has. Brandon Davis is your race leader. Gottlieb will cross the line second. That's Richard Gottlieb in second. Already 4.5 seconds of a lead. Also keep an eye on the lime green. I believe that is another Ford Mustang. That car is flying as well. I think that's Mike Davis in the 11 car, but I'm not sure. I'll catch the number of that one when it comes by again. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's who that is. That car's flying also. Even with the speed differential, we've got just some absolutely classic American muscle cars in this group. It is a ton of fun to watch, and they're loud. This is one of the groups I wish I was standing outside for because it just sounds spectacular here. Almost the full back straight lead already for the 11 car, the 10 car.
We have car off driver's right, exit 4. May need a tow now.
Here comes your leader, Brandon Davis, across the line. Second place car is just coming out of turn 9 at the moment. Here comes your second place car. It's going to be Richard Gottlieb. Now the gap between first and second, 10.7 seconds. Got a problem in car, turn number 4, the 45 car. Looking for the 45 car on my rundown here. It's car 4-6 we're hearing is the problem. Brad Long. Brad Long is the car. It's a mechanical problem, so the driver's fine. We're sending a tow out to grab that car at the moment.
He's fairly safe, but not be started. You probably ought to get him moved.
Okay, you got a white Mustang coming down the straightaway right now. Once he goes, you got a big gap.
Through the infield.
Across through the infield. Okay. Didn't catch him soon enough. I thought I told him to stay there and wait for the gap.
You did, but he didn't.
So Brandon Davis now is your race leader. Mike Davis looks like he's about to pull up and make the move to get into second place. He's probably got about a half a lap before he's going to catch that one car. Both Trans Am cars, the 10 car and the 11 car, really flying here today. That 11 car is now just catching real quickly to the back of the second place car. Last time by it was 2.7 seconds. This time by less than a second. Oh, no, 2 seconds. Straight up, 2 seconds. 2:00:05. Davis, Gottlieb, Davis, that's your top 3 right now. Fourth place is the 96 car of Wayne Graham. We're also hearing that car might have some possibly fuel leaking from that car, but it's still going in fourth place, so it's not causing too much of a problem. It will not be long, if it hasn't already happened, that the 10 car will start catching lap traffic. I already see one car ahead. Here comes your leader down through 8. He's going to start pulling off back markers if he hasn't already. Here comes your leader right now. Big gaggle of cars coming down through turn 5. They all had to slow down for the rescue mission going on at turn 4 on the downhill from 4. Trying to get that car that's pulled off on driver's right into a little bit better situation. I think you could probably even see all of that way up in our camera view. I'm not quite sure if I can zoom in on that right now, but let me see if I can.
Yeah, they are. But and they have
lines on the outside there.
right, and they have a path away from there.
Yeah.
He's not yelling at strict this staging pace car just in case.
Yeah, I really can't zoom in from here on that particular situation up there.
Coming off the T3, way off against the wall. Big off. Copy. He's continuing.
He's continuing.
Wow, that's under a sandy yellow, by the way. That's the number 1.
And it looks like our leader may have had an issue. Oh, no, not our leader. A car went off at turn 3, not our leader. Our leader right now heading towards the start-finish line. Brandon Davis has a big, big line here.
Oh, wait, did he want a pace car?
Yes, we need a leader.
Oh, he just went into 1. not hear you say that. We don't have to wait. Just go good.
Okay, go ahead and go, pace car.
All right, we have gone full course yellow here for that situation in turn 3 or turn 4. Turns out they're going to have to send a flat toe, a tilt bed to get that car out of there. So we're going to slow the cars down here for a little bit here to be able to give them an opportunity to get that done here. A little under 14 minutes remaining in this race. While all of that was going on, the one car spun in turn 3. That's the car of Richard Gottlieb. He was able to continue, but that was the one car. That happened after the incident in turn 4, so they were unrelated.
Okay, leaders are in 8. Doesn't make any difference. You can just stack in behind, doesn't it? She'll copy that. The only one car's out of order. Pace car. Doesn't make any difference because the computer fixes it.
Puts the leader in the back.
It's all right.
All right, so we're into the pace car now under a full course yellow. They're working out there at turn 4 to get that car collected off of the get that car moving and out of the way. So we'll wait for that to get done, and then we'll get back going. The interesting situation we've got here is your race leader is caught about halfway through the field here, actually quite towards the back of the field. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see him pass the front portion of this pack here once we go back to green. All right, it looks like our car on turn 4, that is the 48 car,
Yeah, let's figure that out. Wilkins
is on the flatbed trailer now. They're going to get that thing made flat again. And so it shouldn't be too much longer before that car can get moving. They will get that clear of the race surface as quickly as possible. At the moment, we are still having a little more than, we're coming up on 8 minutes left in this race. So if we can get them clear here in the next minute or two, we might get maybe 2 green flag laps left before we get done here. As the pace car comes through here, looking at this field now, the leader is maybe 14th or 15th place in this group of cars. So he'll be able to move through. But he's 14th or 15th, and he's lapped a lot of the cars he's in front of already. So not a big difference here in the way this is going to run.
No, he won't catch you. We'll make sure that happens. Just keep it on.
All right, our race, our cleanup and pickup has moved along now, so it is now coming through turn 6. Looking at the clock here and looking at the pace they're going, they should be able to get into the pit lane here in about a minute and a half or so, maybe 2 minutes. If they can slow down the pace car a little bit, we might be able to go back to green this lap here. That pace car still has not gotten to turn 3, while the truck in the front here, the tow truck, is in turn 7. So they're going slow enough, hopefully, where we might be able to go green one more time. 6.5 minutes left here in this race.
Probably so. Was that the one that starter you reported as a pass under yellow?
All right, lights are out on the pace car. It looks like it's all going to work here.
What one red is the pass?
All right, so we're hearing now the car number 11, red. That is the NASCAR car. Did a pass under the yellow during the full course yellow. It's going to get black flagged here coming up here as soon as we go to green here. So that car hopefully will respond to that black flag. Our disabled car now is on pit lane. The lights are out on the pace car. The pace car is in turn 8, heading towards turn 9. We're going to come back to green here with about 5 minutes left in this race. That's probably enough for about 2 more laps, maybe 3 total here. Here comes our pace car. It's going to come off the track, and then the green flag will come back out here. We will get our racing action going. A lot of cars to be lapped between the car, the first place car, which is in about 15th place here. But that doesn't matter. That car was already well ahead of everybody else. I will say, though, that that was able to give the 11 car a chance to catch up to Brandon Davis. But the 11 car just pulled in the pits as well.
This is fine. You can do it now, and I think starter hit him. Okay, but hit him now.
All right, here we go. This will be interesting to see now that the field has come together here. It was at 8 seconds at the line because of the way the cars were collected behind the pace car. So Brandon Davis still has a pretty good lead over Mike Davis. Wayne Graham is in 3rd. Kirk Vilstead is in 4th. John Anderson 5th. Your 6th place cars, Richard Gottlieb, and then Gary Smith is in 7th. Frank Manning is in 8th. Scott Graham 9th. Steve Thomas is in 10th. Ron Hurst is in 11th. Denny Fitz is in 12th. Your 13th place car is Gary Lemke, followed by Jim Smith and Bob Castellano. Here comes your leaders, or at least your front of the pack is coming now towards 7. Your race leader working his way through this lap traffic here. He's going to be at the front pretty quickly here. That car is pretty quick here.
No, stop and
Here comes your lead pack with the race leader now in 5th position in that pack, but still your race leader. Here it comes. Here comes the whole pack down the front straight. Definitely one thing that has happened here is that it has bunched this field up, which has made it fairly exciting here for the final couple of laps. Next time by, 1 to go is what I'm hearing from our start stand. Here comes our race leaders again, coming up the hill now, or just soon will be coming up the hill.
What is it?
All right, here comes your leaders again now towards through turn 5. Your race leaders almost passed everybody who was in front of him under the yellow flag. One more car left to dispatch, and he is now going to be your race leader on the track as well. After all of those cars he came through. So he is going to get the white flag here, and he'll actually end up with a proper race win if everything goes well. He'll be at the front of the field when the checker comes out as well. Here comes the white flag for Brandon Davis. The rest of the field behind him. Here comes the rest of the field. He's had to pass about 15 cars to get to the front after this pace car, but he was ahead of all those cars regardless. Here comes the rest of the field here. Right now, the scoring as we have it is Brandon Davis first, Mike Davis second. 19 seconds between first and second, so there's no real worry here for Brandon Davis as long as he has no issues here on this final lap. And so far, everything looks good here. He is now coming through turn 4 for the final time. The Big Bore Bash wrapping up for the 2022 season. The Big Bore cars coming down through 5 for the last time here. Brandon Davis now going towards 6. He is about 1.25 miles from checkered flag and Big Bore Bash. Big trophy time. Brandon Davis, your race leader right now. Already almost a full straightaway, back straightaway lead as he come through turn 7. Now he's now into 8, coming now towards, at the end of 8, heading towards 9, all by himself. Nobody is going to challenge him today. Nobody challenged him yesterday. Brandon Davis down the front straight for the final time. Checkered flag is flying from the start stand. Your race winner, Brandon Davis in the 10 car. What a finish here. Great job. Here comes your second place car onto the main straightaway. He'll come down and take the checkered flag. He's going to be a good 30 seconds behind. He's actually going to take the checkered flag from pit lane. I don't think that's going to make any difference here. But if he doesn't come across the start-finish line, he might not be taken. He might not be called. He might not be credited for second place. If he doesn't cross the finish line, he's going to lose all these positions. Your second place car still sitting there, and he is about to, he could lose second place if he doesn't head down towards the start-finish line pretty quickly here. He was 1:13 seconds ahead. Now he's pulling away. It looks like he should be fine. It's the one car who was in third place. Now he has crossed the finish line. That was pretty close. So 1 minute and 9 seconds behind because he stopped in. He did come across in second place, though. So Mike Davis is your second place finisher. Richard Gottlieb in the one car here should be coming across here very shortly.
You may have one more straggler for orange here.
All right, that's going to do it for our Big Bore Bash. Here's your finishing order. Brandon Davis first, Mike Davis second, Richard Gottlieb third. Fourth place is Kirk Vilstead. Fifth place, Wayne Graham. Sixth was John Anderson. Gary Smith came in seventh. Scott Graham was 8th. Steve Thomas 9th. Gary Lemke was 10th. 11th through 15th, we've got Dennis Fritz, Jim Smith, Ron Hurst, Bob Catalano, Judson Schutz, Randy Roberts was 16th. 17th was Robert Colombo. Frank Manning was 18th. Brian Pritt was 19th. 20th was Jay Pirelli. Coming in 21st, you had Brad Long, 22nd. And in our last starting position and our last finisher was Robert Kelly. That's our full field rundown as the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash comes to a conclusion for 2022. Big thank you to all of those drivers for coming out here for our feature race today. We're going to take a little bit of a deep breath here. When we come back, we'll have Group 4, our medium bore cars, second to last race of the day. That's next here on the Racing Network on YouTube. Race 4 is about to get underway here at the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash Weekend Vintage Auto Racing Association at Willow Springs International Raceway. Race 4 is our B stock, C stock, GTL, GTU group. Here's our starting order. In the 9th row, on the outside, we've got Brandy Colombo in a Porsche Carrera. On the inside of row 9, James Haley is in a BMW 2002. Row 8 on the outside, Al Waterhouse in a Jaguar XK150. and David DeRossier in the outside, on the inside of row number 8 in an Alfa Romeo. Row number 7, Bob Wass. He is on the outside. He's in a 72 Alfa Romeo. Next to him on the inside of 7 is Doug Warnecki. That is a Porsche 914. Number 6, row 6 on the outside is Dennis White. On the inside of row 6 is Edmund Germain in a BMW 2002. Row 5 on the outside is Val Asensio in a Porsche 911. Next to Val is Craig Carter in the car number 03 Datsun 510. Row number 4 on the outside, Jason Reichert, car number 33. That's a purple Mazda Miata. On the inside of row number 4, Jim McDavid in a Datsun 510. Row number 3, Ken Blasco on the outside in a BMW 2002. Next to him is Stephen Bristing in a Datsun 510. Second row, Dave Hartel, car number 56, a Datsun 240Z. And on the inside of row number 2, Zhang O'Shaughnessy. Row number 2 on the inside, that is a BMW 2002. Now we go to your front row. Chet Taylor, car number 39 on the outside in an Alfa Romeo, a 1966 Alfa Romeo. And your pole sitter, John Wilkins, car number 28, a white Datsun 240Z. He is from Glendale. That is your starting order. Your pace car is coming onto the main straight. It will go into the pits, and then we will get our 4th race of the day underway here. Group 4 race underway in just a few seconds. John Wilkins heading down towards the start stand. For the start, the green flag is out, and we are going racing here. Second to last race of the day. Big jump there for the 96 car. That's the Datsun. There's a silver Datsun. That's Dave Hartel, the 56 car. Got a big jump at the start. All right, your lead pack now through 3, heading down to 4, and then down the hill towards 6. You should see them coming into your view here way off in the distance on this camera angle. There is your leader just coming into view, coming through turn number 4, heading to 5, and then up the little hill to 6. That's where they come out of our view. In the foreground, you see our start stand and a little tiny sliver of the front straight. That is what we've got going on. One camera only this weekend because out here at Willow Springs, not enough cell service to get our cameras back to Race Hub. And that is how we do that here on the Racing Network. So essentially a radio broadcast. Hope you're enjoying it nonetheless. Here comes your cars across the start-finish line for the first time. We will see who our race leader is. First car across the line is going to be the number 39 car. That is going to be Chet Taylor will be your leader here. Coming across the line second is going to be the number 128 car of Zhang O'Shaughnessy, followed by Steve Bristing. Then you've got Dave Hartel. Craig Carter is in 5th, Val Asensio 6th, and Ken Blasco is your 7th place car after our first race lap. All right, here comes your leaders onto the main street again. main straight again. We got car number 50 in turn 3 stopped with some sort of a mechanical issue. That's Bob Wass.
Copy of car five.
We're going to have to send out a rescue truck to get that car off the track. Craig Carter now is in 5th. Chet Taylor is still our race leader. Zhang O'Shaughnessy second. Dave Hartel third.
Copy that. He's coasting backwards, and you will advise.
Looks like that 50 car is trying to get himself into a safe position.
Say again, 4.
All right, looks like that car, number 50, tried to get itself into a decent spot,
He's far left. He may be safe.
trying to be safe and not make us go full course yellow again.
Copy starters on
All right, your race leader now coming into your view and now out of your view. That was the car there, that white car that was just seen off in the distance.
car 50 is now coasted to a safe.
That car is Chet Taylor. That is the B sedan car. That is a B sedan Alfa Romeo 1966 GTV GTA. He is from Carpinteria, California. That's a really pretty race car too, by the way, folks. Then you've got Zhang O'Shaughnessy. That is a BMW 2020. I think it's actually a BMW 2002. I still think that's a bit of a typo. Here comes your race leader across the line here. This is the car number 39 of Chet Taylor. And then Zhang O'Shaughnessy here. That is definitely a 2002 BMW. Followed by 56, Dave Hartel, and that GTU. That's a Nissan 240Z. So in the lead of these cars, making pretty strong race laps here. You've got a car that is from 1966 in first, a car that is from 1969 in second, and in third place, you've got a 1971 Datsun. Quintessential vintage racing here at Willow Springs International Raceway. That's what you get when you come out here and check out the Vintage Auto Racing Association. Some fantastic race cars out here having a good time.
Okay, so the question's gonna be, are you where you're gonna stay?
All right, we've got about Little under 14 minutes to go here. Our race leader at the moment is still Chet Taylor. Chet Taylor has opened up a 13.1 second lead over the second place car, which is now Dave Hartel. He was in third for a couple laps. He's now moved into second place. Zangel Shaughnessy has dropped to third. Kevin Bristing is fourth. Then you've got Craig Carter, Ken Blasco, and Bruce Maurhan. Val Asensio, actually Bruce Maurhan's just moved into sixth. Ken Blasco's dropped to seventh. Eighth place, Val Asensio. Ninth is Jim McDavid. 10th is Edmund Germain. That's your top 10 here with a little under 13 minutes to go. Actually, it was just exactly 13 minutes to go. All right, we're at the halfway point here in race group number 4. Let us do a full field rundown here. Your leader, Chet Taylor. Second place, Dave Hartel. Third is Zangel Shaughnessy. Stephen Bristing and Craig Carter round out the top 5. Your sixth place car is Bruce Maurhan. Seventh, Ken Blasco. Eighth is Val Asensio. Ninth, David McDavid. Edmund Germain is in 10th. 11th through 15th, you've got Jason Reichert, Dennis White, James Haley, and David DeRossier is 14th. Bob Wass is 15th. That's your full field rundown here at the end, or at the halfway point here on race group number 4.
Control to 2B.
Chet Taylor remains our race leader here. Dave Hartel is in second place. It's now an 18-second lead here for Chet Taylor. And that car continues to move forward here. Steve Bristing, only 2.5 seconds back from the second place car, so still some time for that battle to ensue again. And then now you're looking from third, fourth, and fifth. There's less than a second gap between third and fifth place, so that might be the best. That might be the best battle on the track at the moment.
I'll take care of it. He was
You got about
Thank you. 6-6.
coming up on 6.5 minutes to go in this race. Chet Taylor remains your race leader. David Hartel now 23.5 seconds back. Steve Bristing's been able to bring the gap between second and third down to less than a second. It's now 0.7 seconds. That race I was telling you about, third, fourth, and fifth, all those have gapped out a little bit. Not a big deal.
I asked him to check because this morning
Bruce Maurin is in sixth. Ken Blasco, seventh. Jim McDavid, eighth. Valacencio, ninth. And then your 10th place car is Edmund Germain. That's how they stand right now, coming up on, 6 minutes to go here. After this race, short worker break, then we'll get right back to action for our final race of the day. That'll be our Formula Ford race. Always fun to watch the Fords out here, so stick around for that. We'll bring that all to you here on the Racing Network from Willow Springs International Raceway. We're live out here. I'm Brian Belansky. This is the Vintage Auto Racing Association Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash Weekend.
20 minutes later before we
We've had, what is it? We're coming up on our 10th. We're finishing our 10th race, 11th race of the weekend. One more to go after this one. A great weekend of racing. The weather's been as close to perfect as you can get for November at Willow Springs. The weather has been very mild temperatures. A little windy in the afternoon on both days, but it has been relatively warm each day, and that is just fantastic for these cars. Relatively warm in November standards. We're in the 70s today. We're in the 60s yesterday. Best news is it was dry, and as much as windy as it's been, it has not been horribly windy this weekend. So that makes everything just a little bit better here. Waiting to hear from our starters. And that word may come here in just a minute, that we are coming up on the one to go here. Maybe next time by we'll get that. We should hear that word in just a minute here. Chet Taylor, nothing to worry about as long as the car stays together and he keeps it on the racetrack. A 27-second lead. Keep an eye on that second place battle, though. Dave Hartel and Stephen Bristing. Now Stephen Bristing's less than 0.244 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that battle here as they come across the line this time. This might be the race of the day here. Just got the word from our starters. Next time by, we're going to get the one to go. So 5 miles to go for race group number 4.
Yeah, so my automation
Here comes your second and third place cars, I believe. This should be Dave Hartel. Yep, Dave Hartel and the 22 car, Steve Bristing. Really close here. Now the gap, 0.4 seconds. So Dave Hartel's been able to open it up just a little bit. Now that could be the 22 car just saying, I'm going to hit back here. Now one to go. I'm going to get a little busy here. We'll see if they can make that happen as we watch for these cars to come up the hill towards turn 4. Let's see what the gap is. Hartel's been in second place for the last 5 or 6 laps, but Steve Bristling's been trying to catch him the whole time. Meanwhile, Zhang O'Shaughnessy was running in second for much of the first half of the race, has now dropped back to 4th place. Here they come up the hill pretty close, but still at this moment, the 22 car needs to get some work done if it wants to catch the 56 car here with about half a lap to go here, or a lap and a half to go for them actually. Leader's going to get the white flag here, so this will be about a lap and a half for that 22 car to try to get around him. Here comes the leader for the white flag here, so 2.5 miles for Chet Taylor here. 2.5 miles to victory. Watching our second and third place cars, no effort. Well, the effort's there, but the success has not happened here for the 22 car. I know that driver's sawing at the wheel, trying to do the best they can to catch up. At the moment, though, it's still about a 4 car lengths lead. It was 0.4 of a second at the line last time. I don't think that Bristing has been able to catch up at all here. It's going to be really close to that same 0.4 of a second again. No real catch-up here for the 22 car. Dave Hartel remains in second. Still, again, it was 0.44 seconds on the last lap. This time 0.47 seconds. So actually a little slower for the 22 car. It is now or never for that 22 car if it wants to take home the second place trophy here at Willow Springs, our race group 4. Coming home for the last time here for this particular race weekend. Looking to see these cars as they come up the hill towards 3. Chet Taylor, no issues at the moment. He's just able to cruise home. He's on the back straight going towards turn 7. Looks like a little bit closer for the 22 car heading towards turn 4. It definitely closer this time, but I don't know if it's going to be close enough. The 56 car goes a little bit wide. That gives the 22 a chance to catch up just a bit. Still not side by side, though. Now it's less than 2 car lengths lead as they go up towards turn 6. Now the 56 car pulls away just a little bit. Here they come. Your race winner, Chet Taylor, gets the checkered flag. Still paying attention to the race for second place. 22 trying to make a last gasp effort here on the last lap. It does not look like it's close enough. As long as that 56 car can stick this final 2 turns, looks like he's able to do it still in the lead, although the 22 is slowly reeling him in here, coming onto the main straightaway. I don't think it's going to be enough for the 22 car to catch him at the end. Here we go. It's going to be Hartel and Bristing. Hartel and Bristing. Who's it going to be? Dave Hartel, your second place finisher. Stephen Bristing comes in second, 0.3 of a second behind. That's the gap at the end of this race. So there's your podium. Chet Taylor, Dave Hartel, Steve Bristing. 1, 2, 3 here for race group number 4. Looking at the rest of your rundown here for Group 4, Zhang O'Shaughnessy finishes 4th, followed by Craig Carter, Ken Blasco, Jim McDavid, Valasencio, Jason Reichert, and Edmund Germain round out your top 10. Going through 11 to 15, you've got Dennis White, James Haley, David DeRossier, Bill Morhan, and Bob Wass. That's your full field finishing order for race group 4. Stay with us. We're going to take a short worker break. We'll be back to race action here right around 3:10. Don't go away. We're going to stay with you live here on the Racing Network. We'll be back for the final race of the day here at 3:10. All right, there we go. Our last race of the day here at the Vintage Auto Racing Association, Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash, Willow Springs International Raceway. Our last race of the day, Formula Fords. Got 8 cars starting on the. We have 8 cars starting. Let's look at row number 4. On the outside, Matt Kelly in a 1983 Crosley. On the inside of row number 4 is Brian Ginter. He is in a 1973 Royale. Row number 3 on the outside, Steve Yarborough in a 1976, it says purpose-built. That may be a home-built Formula Ford. On the inside of row number 3 is Kim Madrid. That is in a 1978 Crosley. Row number 2 on the outside, Todd Strong in a 1971 Titan MK6. On the inside, Bradley Newman in an 84 Swift DB1. On the outside of row number 1, Todd Gerstenberger. He is in a 1970 Titan MK6. And your pole sitter, Richard Simpson, car number 29. That is a 1984 Swift DB1. That is your starting order here for our final race of the day, Formula Ford. All right, lights are out on our pace cars. They head down towards turn 7, starting to form up. The front 2 rows look nice. One straggler in the back, that's probably Matt Kelly. He'll get caught up here without any problems at all. Only 4 rows to come together. That makes it easy here. This will be the last pace lap of the day. We hope that this will be the last time. We love our pace car driver, but we hope we don't see him again.
We will. He's pacing the Shelbys.
Oh, but I won't be doing the Shelbys live. We do have one more group of the day after this one. It's a Shelby American group. These are a bunch of Shelby car enthusiasts who are going to get a chance to go out and have a little fun. It is not a race, though, so we won't be calling that on the network here. Here comes our starters here. The green flag is out. Our 8 cars here heading down towards turn 1. Side by side are the 2 front cars. Now a third car may try to go 3 wide here. This is interesting. 4 cars, 1 spot. We will see how it all shook out here in just a minute.
Go start.
Hearing we've got a little bit of an incident here at the exit of turn number 1 here.
Copy that. I'm assuming.
All right, we are waiting to see our lead pack here come through 5.
Okay, pace car stand up.
At the moment, we've got some cars coming through turn 5 and down 6. We've got an incident with a couple of cars off at the exit of turn 1.
Go sit in one. Just go sit in one. Full course yellow. Full course
We're
yellow.
going to go full course yellow here to get all that situation taken care of there in turn 1. Not quite sure which cars are involved, but we'll get that to you at the moment in a moment. All right, we've got our pace car coming out of the track. We've got one of our cars coming in. So the 2 cars are still out there right now. The 2 cars that are on the track not involved in that incident crossing the line at the moment. It's the Steve Yarborough car and Matt Kelly.
That's really bad. We lost 4 cars.
Car number 16 has pulled into the pits. That's Todd Strong. He's getting a quick check here. All right, we're going to go black flag here while we get the situation in turn 2 under control here. What that means here when we go to a black flag situation is that all the cars will come to the pit lane and stop, and we will get that situation taken care of, and then we will get back to you here in just a few minutes. All right, we're back to racing here after a long cleanup here with the 4 cars that went off into turn 4. At the moment, we've got 2 cars left on the racetrack. Those 2 cars just now gone green again here. Steve Yarborough, Matt Kelly are remaining cars on the track. We're going to get them a couple of laps in here at the end of the race. Well, we found out earlier from that earlier incident, the 29 car spun going into turn 1 on the first lap, and a bunch of cars were collected in that process. The 14 car of Bradley Newman, and then car number 70, Todd Gerstenberger, and the 291 car, Kib Madrid. Going to have probably 2 race laps here for the final for this car, and then we'll be wrapping up for the day here at Willow Springs International Raceway. Steve Yarborough was the leader coming off of the track for our black flag, and he was the leader going out in his first lap. We'll see how that works out here over the next 2 laps as we wrap this one up. Here comes our first car now heading down towards through the backstretch here. Here comes our race leader now through turn number 8 into turn number 9. Here they come down for the white flag here. Your first car to cross the line here with 2 laps to go, with 1 lap to go, is going to be Steve Yarborough. Your second place car right now is Matt Kelly.
Last lap leader, 76 red.
Copy. Yeah, Shelby's are next, so it should be pretty quiet. We're open.
All right, your 2 cars left on the track should be heading towards turn 3 for the final time here. They are going to head up that hill through turn 4 for the final time today. Yarborough still your race leader. Kelly still in second place.
15-12, 15-29.
12 to 15-29.
Here comes our cars now down through turn 5, heading towards turn 6 for the final time of the day. This is actually our final race of the weekend here at Willow Springs. We appreciate everybody who's been listening and watching throughout the weekend. Yarborough now making it through 7 nice and cleanly. Here comes Kelly as well. 2 corners left to negotiate for these 2 cars. Then they'll head down for the checkered flag. Steve Yarborough in the 76 car. Here comes Yarborough through 8, heading now towards 9. Comes through turn 9 without any issues. He is on the main straight, and he will come down for the checkered flag. Right behind him, Matt Kelly, about 10, 15 car lengths back. That's how this one's going to end here, folks, after a long black flag period. 7-6 red to your race leader. That would be Steve Yarborough. Then Matt Kelly is in second. That's going to wrap up our coverage here of the Lucas Oil Big Bore Bash weekend. Going to thank a whole bunch of people for having us out here. First of all, our corner workers and all of our race workers this weekend. We appreciate everything they have done. Of course, a big thank you to the staff and the management of Vintage Auto Racing Association for putting on a fantastic event this weekend. We've also had some groups join us this weekend, Shelby Club of America, and, of course, the Great American Stock Car Series. They were here with us this weekend to add to the show. Wonderful time from them. Thank you so much for all and everybody who was watching. We appreciate you being here. We'll be back next year to do it again, our final race of the season. That's going to do it here from Willow Springs International Raceway. I'm Brian Belansky, and you are watching the Racing Network on YouTube.